Hello, I'm probably going to need to tweak my settings because I haven't done this for a while. I have no idea how long this stream's going to run for because I did not plan this at all. We'll see how we go. You should see DCS in a moment. Maybe, please, OBS. Yeah, okay, there we go. I haven't played for a fair while, except to check out Cola earlier, or yesterday, so don't expect too much out of this.
Request rearming. Copy. Rearming complete.
I really need to adjust my setup too. It still isn't quite sorted out in the new place, so you'll see me fidgeting around a lot as I try and line everything up right. No bags. I don't know how long we're going to be airborne for, or even how close we are to the front line. The 19 sips fuel as well, especially at higher altitudes, so we don't really need them. We're pretty close. I don't think we're going to need bags. The thing is too, like, in actual service, the 760 litres for this wouldn't be full right up, they'd be about half full. Otherwise they'd put you over your max takeoff weight. In DCS, they're full completely. So you're carrying a lot of extra weight. It's part of the reason why the 19 can fly so long with bags. It feels like it's longer range than it should be. It's because you're carrying quite a bit more fuel than you would actually expect to carry.
Copy. Wheel chocks are now removed.
So apparently Apaches being on the server was an April Fool's thing, but it is no longer April and there are still Apaches on the server. So, I killed one the other day in the hind. I gunned it right in the face, but they shouldn't really still be in here. Not a fan. But, given I don't really play the game anymore, I suppose I probably shouldn't complain, because I don't play the game anymore. So it's not my problem. Does that engine not start? Should be going by now. There we go. I hadn't quite lifted the throttle out of the cutoff gate. swear to God. Biggest pain in the ass about moving has been trying to get my setup adjusted again, like the track IR and everything, the way I like it. It's just slightly off, and it's really, really irritating. It's probably going to take me months to get it fixed. It's one of the downsides of having something like track IR instead of VR. Well, I mean, even with VR, you'd have to adjust it, but like with the track IR, it's so fiddly to keep it calibrated sometimes. Just taxi on one engine while the other one spools. I was hoping there'd be some more servers running Cola, but there's barely any, and all the ones that are appear to be PvE servers with modern bullshit in them, which I have no interest in flying, so... maybe I'll put together a quick fly around in a mission editor later. I don't know. I'm probably not going to stream that long. My verdict so far is the high detail areas look okay. They need a little more work here and there, but they look okay. Like around Murmansk and Kandalaksha and that kind of area. Once you get out into the boonies, it's not that great looking down low. High altitude, it looks pretty decent. Anywhere on the map, but lower altitudes it's a bit rough. But you've got to kind of expect that from DCS. The thing is, like, looking at a lot of the complaints about it and a lot of the discourse in general around DCS maps, I think DCS players, in what should be a surprise to nobody, don't fucking understand how game development works. And they seem to think that you can do a lot more with this game's terrain system than you actually can. They don't seem to realise that there's quite a few hard limitations on what developers can do without redoing the entire way this game handles terrain, and the tools that they use to develop it. Like, you're never going to have something that looks anywhere near as good as Misfizz in this game unless you have comparable fucking server infrastructure and you use streaming like Microsoft does, which is not going to happen for 3D. Like, that's basically impossible. Why has that engine still not spooled? Don't tell me. Oh. Interesting, okay. Never mind. But yeah, like, it's not going to happen. I don't know why people are surprised that, especially outside the high detail areas, the map doesn't look that great down low, and I'm not sure why people are surprised that it's got such a huge amount of file size involved. Like, did they think that they can just pull satellite imagery out of their ass? Like, bizarre. I would have liked it to release with a little more work done, particularly some of the airfields in the Russian part of the map. Like Afrakanda was a major interceptor base for a very long time. One of the airliner shootdowns happened because of a Su-15 that took off from Afrakanda, and it's not completed in the map yet. You can fly over it and you can see the outline of the airbase in the like on the terrain textures, and you can see how the trees have been cut down around the perimeter, but you can't actually use it as an airfield out. I was kind of hoping it and a couple of the other bases would be done. Why is my fucking music not working? This streaming shit's getting to be a bit of a headache sometimes. I think the music bot won't play anything that's had its embedding disabled. And a lot of the songs that are in my playlist are now got embedding disabled, apparently, so it won't play them. Happens every time gamers let themselves be overhyped about a product so easily despite saying they know better. Yep. Sim gamers especially are prone to it. Not just DCS, but Sims in general. Like, it's unreal how hopium-driven they are. They genuinely seem to think that a simulator is actually simulating things as they happen in the real world. Like, every fucking interaction between particles is being modeled or something. Like, it's ridiculous. It's probably a significant overlap between the kinds of people that believe that shit and the kinds of people that really go in for, like, you know, the fucking Muskoid worship cult and think that the Cybertruck and all that bullshit's the greatest thing to ever befall humanity. Same kind of thing. Fucking easily led morons who don't actually know what they're talking about, but want to appear to know what they're talking about to normies. One 15078, so fair distance out. We'll climb up and get some altitude so we're not burning fuel. Oops. Didn't bother setting up the arc, but I don't think there's really that many beacons on this map anyway, so it's probably not worth doing. Or I can always set it up once I'm on my way home. I'm sitting a bit further away from my screen than I used to be, which is not helping the situation. I can't see very well. I almost feel like I need a bigger monitor now. I had to get a much bigger TV because my old TV looked ridiculously out of place. This flat's probably about twice the size of my old one, maybe more. Just the living room by itself is, like, huge. So it's taking some adjusting to. It's everything the old place wasn't. It's secure, it's modern, it's not a shithole. It's a little weird. Hey Chandrid. Yeah, I haven't streamed in a while. I've been busy with work and moving and now woman as well, so I've got many, many, many better things to do than streaming these days. Not that I don't enjoy hanging out with you guys, just, you know, priorities. I swear to God, this track IR is driving me insane. It took me years to get it just perfect, and now it's all fucked up again. One 28 down that way. That's Damascus there. Okay, so we should be in the vicinity of An-Nazariya. It's probably under this cloud. Inshallah, it is friendly and not going to shoot at us. So these guys will probably be flying out of Damascus. We've got an F5 coming hot at us, but he's still about 40 k's out. The other problem is my chair keeps sinking on me, which is extremely annoying. 167.30. Right. So yeah, he's coming from down that way. They still haven't figured out a way to solve that pop-in issue yet. I mean, maybe there isn't one, but it's kind of irritating. Where you zoom in and the terrain doesn't render until a couple seconds later. 1879. Couple sonic booms. Those will presumably be either friendlies engaging that guy or the F5s. I'd be pretty impressed if a Skyhawk went supersonic, even in a dive. 224. Okay, that's slightly problematic. Situational awareness is pretty shit at the best of times. It's going to be absolutely awful now. 022 flank right. I'll be trying to circle around behind me. Zero 55, okay. He's not turning as hard as I thought he was. Should be off the nose, coming right. Might be on the top side of that cloud. .5 kilometers altitude, so no, he should be co-alt or slightly below even. But I don't see him. 107. There's a Vigan now too. Oh shit, that's for me. I'm dead. Okay, maybe not. Next one will probably get me. They'll be coming from that direction. Hey Juki, good to see you, man. Vigan should be easier to spot in the F5 at least, because it's a big fucking triangle. But I don't have much like spotting anything. 129. 11k's flank left. Okay, he's probably hanging around that airbase or whatever it was that was firing at me, so I don't want to play with him. What I might do is just extend out like north or northeast and try and bait them away from those SAMs. I may have heard of that game, Juki. May have heard of it. Yeah, I'm thinking about picking it up. I'll probably leave it a couple weeks just for the server issues to get sorted out, but it looks like all of the things I expected from Tarkov when it was first announced, but without all the shit that I don't like about Tarkov. Just curious to see how it shakes out. Still not really huge on the looter shooter genre in general, but like having an actual open map like that, and just the gameplay in general looked like it was a lot more my speed than what you get in Tarky. Alright, they're not taking the bait apparently. We'll go back up to altitude. You know, it's kind of expected, right? It's just come out. Everyone and their dog wants to play it. It's got all the fucking refugees from Tarkov come over wanting to play it. So it's going to be rough for a while, probably until the population stabilizes and they can figure out like exactly how much infrastructure they need to support. Yeah, they're just hanging around that airbase. Right there. And Nazaria. Okay, so that's what that was. I think. Or was that? No, that might have been Demare that was engaging me. Yeah, that was Demare that was engaging me. Okay. Pretty sure, anyway. If they're gonna make a habit of hanging around their own SAM cover, we might switch over to do some ground attack stuff and push the front line. There's not much point doing air superiority if they're just hanging around their SAM net. Yeah, exactly, right? Like 90% of the shit that happens in Tarkov is just stuff that I didn't want to deal with in the game, so that's why I haven't played it for so long. I played it a couple times and just gave up on it. Way too try-hardy for me. Good thing I didn't get into a biffo, because someone forgot to arm their guns. I reckon this might end up being an uneventful sortie, though. Probably won't get to shoot at anything. Hey, Lush. Good to see you. This used to play, it was, the first time I heard it was the Battlefield Vietnam soundtrack. It would play as the loading music for, it was either Drang Valley or, might have been Landing Zone Albany. It's one of those two. This and You Really Got Me from the soundtrack are both from a live version in the 80s. One for the Road was the concert name, or like the tour name. So they're an anachronism for a Vietnam setting, but they go fucking hard. I'm not sure I like the fact that the EWR pop-ups have gone away. It might be the server dying, or it might just be that there's nothing airborne. Well, not nothing airborne, but we've lost our coverage. Don't know. It was the server dying. There's the answer to that question. We'll see how long it takes it to come back up. Wolfpack's got a fair few people on it, but the allies are stacked, and I don't feel like dealing with fucking germoid shit today, so... Oh, maybe it wasn't the server, maybe it was just me. Dunno. See if we can get back in. Got a little die-cast model of one of these on my desk at work. That and a 2-128. Both of the, well, two of the more obscure interceptors. I need to see if I can get one of the AC-28P as well. Might have actually been the server that died if it's not going to let me back in. We'll see how we go. I might do some Wolfpack, I don't know. Can't stick around but want to say hi. Hey man, good to see you. Yeah, hope you've been doing well too. I've been doing pretty well. Things are going like uncannily well to the point it's kind of off-putting. Like I keep expecting something to come fuck me and it just hasn't happened yet. I'm sure it's coming. It just hasn't arrived. But yeah, moved into a new place. So it went pretty smoothly. So things have been good. Just haven't had time to stream. Probably going to be a short one today. I only just got the sort of impulse to do it today because I had nothing better to do. Hey Cathorius, good to see you. Wonder what loadouts the Su-25s have at the moment. Don't jinx it, I know these short ones. Yeah, I know. It is pretty likely to be actually short though, because I don't think I have the patience to do a long stream at the moment. Had a bit of a headache all day. Honestly, I fucking struggled to get out of bed this morning, probably because the weather's a bit shit. It's one of those gross, gloomy days, but...
At 1,500 hot.
But yeah, we're a little low on energy. Oh, that's gonna drive me insane.
Overlord 11 Bra 174 for 200 at 351 11 pop-up group 074 for 100.
Oh, that's right. We only get the inboards.
Pop-up group 137 for 45 at 1000.
Hang on, I gotta... Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. There we go. Now we have some silence. Anyway, I was gonna say... I kinda get why it's been done, but I don't agree with it. So this is meant to be a 60s scenario, right? This is Syria 1960s. Now this plane came into service in the late, like right at the end of the 70s, early 80s. I think technically like 80 or 81 was its combat debut over Afghanistan. May have even been slightly later. These things didn't filter into Europe, into the 16th Air Army until like early 86, late 85, early 86. So this thing definitely doesn't belong in a 60s scenario, but we don't really have many ground attack aircraft that do belong in a 60s scenario. So getting rid of its air-to-air missiles, I kind of get. But then also limiting its pylons, I guess is meant to kind of make it not better than the MiG-21 for air-to-ground or the Mirage. But, like, in the 60s you'd be flying a Su-7. That thing, like, a Su-7 carries quite a decent amount of shit on it. And the other thing is, like, if you're limiting it to 4 pylons, why do we have access to late 80s, mid-80s, mid-80s? Okay, I guess that's okay for 60s. Like, this is, I think, 80s. It should only have 57mm rockets and, like, the real big boys if they're doing the whole... I don't get it. Look, all I'm going to say is when this server was first being, like, the design documents and shit were being drawn up for it, like, the very first version, I had a list of shit which I thought would fit in a 1970s-ish scenario. And I said, you should probably use this, and some of that got incorporated and some of that didn't, and maybe they should have just stuck with that instead of whatever the fuck this is. I don't know how much of this is driven by player base complaining and balance lawyering, and how much is driven by, like, the staff trying to mission design it to get players to do things that they want them to do, but I think there's better ways of doing it. Anyway, since the Su-25 is kind of, like... The way they've got it set up at the moment, it has, like, laser accurate CCIP and CCRP, but it also doesn't carry that much ordnance. Like, it's not really worth flying if I can fly something else instead. I just don't know what to fly, because I kind of don't feel like setting up for the Hind again today. I was flying it last time. Sure, why not? We'll try some F1 ground attack. Love if Alpins had good era-specific weapons and airframes. Well, you'll have to wait for Alpins to come back first. But yeah. I mean, Alpin's missions, some of them were pretty reasonable in terms of loadouts. Some took a few liberties, but not quite to that level, to be honest. I don't know, I'm struggling to get enthusiastic about playing DCS in general these days. I've got way better things to do. I kind of am over the DCS community. There's not really that many servers I feel like playing on. Old man yells at cloud. Do I want to take bombs or rocket? I mean, bombs would be good for runways and stuff, but I'm probably not going to get much success out of them attacking frontline positions. I guess we'll take rockets. Take a whole shitload of them. Frag, large warhead. It's probably the way to go.
Request rearming.
Now I gotta see if I remember how to start this fucking thing. Battery on. That. This, and then we've got a... Shit, thought I wasn't locked back. That might have fucked me over. Oh, maybe not. Nope, that will fuck me over. Hello. No, we're good. I think he's back. I don't know if he's got the server back up yet. I know he's planning on getting the server running again, because he messaged me just recently about it. But I don't know if it's actually up and running. I haven't played DCS for a while. Like, the most I've done is just fucking around on here for a little bit, or like testing stuff offline. I don't really like have time to play this anymore. So whatever's going on in DCS, I don't generally know anymore. But when I do have time to play, if his server's back up, I will certainly be playing on it. I'll do all that when I get airborne. Now, we will have working TACAN. I think we'll stick with this. Sure, right. Don't want to fly directly off a frontline base because we'll go in with too much fuel, it'll be too heavy if we get engaged. Plus you're prone to getting bombed on the runway then. Knew I was missing something. Probably isn't going to like me fucking with it while it's trying to align. Oh, right. No wheel chocks on this, just a parking brake. May as well close the lid since we're not taxiing very far to take off. I'm going to change units on that as well. We'll see what it comes up with. And we got to remember our seat pin. Oh, and although it doesn't do anything, I usually set up the IFF. Probably incorrectly. because I still have not bothered to actually, like, fully internalize how the Mark 12 transponder is supposed to be set up. Because, you know, very few modules actually simulate it. Where the fuck is the runway? Left. No need to change units, it's giving us the right ones for this aircraft. How would you compare Su-27 and F-15? What, in DCS or, like, the real aircraft? They are, Rob. I've just got to find the runway before I can get in the sky. Both? I don't know. I'm not really, like, I'm gonna be real with you, I don't care much for 1v1 comparisons, because they don't fucking mean anything. They're complete, like, nonsense. They don't matter in the real world, and well done, mate. I'm used to planes that don't tip over when you taxi them, because they aren't badly balanced. Also, I'm not used to having that much weight on the wings, but oopsie daisies. Like I said, I haven't played this for a long time, so don't expect anything out of me. But yeah, 1v1 shit doesn't matter in the real world, because it doesn't generally happen in the real world. It's like asking, is this or that tank better? Like, it doesn't fucking matter, no one actually cares. What matters is who can keep their shit supplied, who can keep it actually serviceable and in the battle space, and who has the better training and better doctrine. Broadly, I'd say they're similar aircraft in function and mission. And they have similar-ish capabilities, you know, some the F-15 does better, some the Su-27 does better, but they're about as equivalent as you're going to get. Alright, let's try that again, hopefully without breaking our plane and embarrassing ourselves this time. Played jets in War Thunder Sim. Barely. I played like the MiG-19 and I think the MiG-21 F-13. Like, that's as high as I played in it. I don't play War Thunder. Like, I play it maybe 2 or 3 hours every year or two. I just don't enjoy it. I don't think it simulates the aircraft very well. Some things it does reasonably, or like not worse than DCS at least. Not that that's very high praise in some cases, but the actual aircraft, like the flight models, the way they handle, it doesn't do well at all. So I just don't enjoy it. Especially like sim battles are just... Often there's no players in them, or the players that are in them don't want to play, they just want to, you know, avoid other players and bomb stuff so they can farm XP. Or you get what happened last time I tried to play, which is somebody got mad I shot something they thought was their kill, and so they spent the rest of the game trying to team kill me. That's not what I wanted to press. What am I doing? That's what I wanted to press. Wait, I already had that set up. Kind of. Yeah, there we go. What am I missing? That's I think we're good. Okay, now we got to remember we're taxiing something with chicken legs. It's got a very high center of gravity, and we've got a lot of weight on the outboard pylon, so we can't make sudden turns. Not at any kind of speed. Don't remember what my binds were in this, so I guess we'll find out on the fly. I don't fly the F1 very much, and usually when I do, it's air-to-air. Which I don't know, I've got kind of a love-hate thing going on with this plane. I really like it, because it's got some character, but I'm pretty hopeless at flying it. I've had a few good runs where I was able to do pretty well with it in air-to-air, but mostly I just struggle. It's not really what I'm used to. It's quite heavy compared to the MiGs. The engine's very temperamental. It's definitely a handful to fly, which is why I enjoy it. I just don't know if I enjoy air-to-air in it. A little more gentle on the turn this time. Should also note, I haven't fixed my PC issues, so if the stream ends suddenly, it's possible my PC's decided to go ahead and commit Sudoku again. I still don't know 100% what the problem is. I suspect it's motherboard or CPU related. It's definitely hardware, like it has to be a hardware problem, not a software one. But I haven't had time to fix it. Haven't had the energy to order new parts and get them shipped and everything, so I've just been seeing how long it'll stay stable. It seems to be that if I leave it running like DCS or something in the background, just in the menu, anything to keep it from trying to go to sleep. Maybe it's related to energy saving modes or something, but that seems to keep it relatively happy. Didn't have my flaps down. So it's been stable for a couple days now, but I don't trust it to stay stable. And because I haven't had a lot of time to do any gaming, and I also kind of just don't care, yeah, I haven't got around to fixing it. So just a heads up, if the stream suddenly cuts, it's like a 50-50 chance it's either me rage quitting or the PC rage quitting. I think that's the button we want for rockets. I hope. Should be. I'm not sure what we want for depression. That's about bore sight there. 39 mils is about bore sight. We might set it to like 60? We'll set it to 60 and see how we go with that. That's new. My radar might not actually be... Maybe you need to use the standby to warm it up now, I don't know. The radar wasn't working properly, it wasn't giving me ground returns. I'm going to turn right here. It'll bring us close to An Nazaria though. The radar was the weakest part of this module, so if they've got it a bit closer to what it should be, then I'll be very happy. Standby is implemented and there's a warm-up period? Nice! Finally. That's bomb fusing from memory. It's Kupaku. So that's your salvo modes, I think. And then that's your selector, inner, outer, both. From memory. I might have that ass backwards. want to buy navigation skills, and Nazaria should be just down that way. Those smokes might actually be on targets we want to hit. Hey, Cotty.
The one day I actually get woken up early and land streaming. Hello, Ross. How's life?
It's good, which is why I haven't been streaming. Good to see you, man. Cheers to the resub. Appreciate it. Yeah, I've had my hands full. Bunch of stuff down there. All on the enemy side of the line, so we should be good to attack whatever we want. Might go for that smoke and hope it doesn't shoot back at us. I'm totally gonna get lit up by a Vulcan or something here. Another Mirage there, it looks like. Don't know if he hit something or if we hit something, but something did get hit. Far up there. We do have to be mindful we're very close to Nazaria, so we want to wheel around to the left. Helps if I do actually have that in standby. We want to wheel around to the left. We don't want to get too close to the airfield and cop a missile up the bum. Not sure if there's anything still alive there. There's definitely something alive over there. Let's go for that target. Just eyeballing the rockets, so not expecting too much in terms of hits. Whoops, that's the wrong button. Those are going to be high. Yeah, we missed high with all of those. Womp womp. Okay, that's interesting. So the radar's... It appears active, it's in standby. I guess maybe it will show that even in standby, and then when it's ready the EMI light goes out, and then I can turn it to active. I don't know, I'm just guessing. I guess we'll see. Oh shit, we got a Vigan coming. That's not... Oh wait, no, this is what we want.
Dog 115, check.
That get rid of him? Yes it did.
That's hard.
222 for 11. Holy Jesus. Okay, that might be our Vigan. I didn't check the altitude. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That would be our Vigan. I'm not sure we're going to catch him, because he is going at Jesus fast, by the looks of that. Might come down to me, though. Have to do a bit of a zoom climb up there. Holy fuck, there's an intercept going on. There's the Vigan. Let's try and stay with him. It's not a very good shot, especially for an AIM-9B. Okay, he just shot. Bad angle. This MiG's kind of not giving me a good chance to shoot this guy off of him. Or is it a Mirage? Might be a Mirage. There's another Mirage jumping into this in front of me as well. Gotta be careful we don't collide. Real careful we don't collide. Good lord. Mirages everywhere. Oh no. Oh, fuck, I hate this engine. And I forget how to do it in air relight. F1 problems. I think there is a separate relight button somewhere, a switch or something. I've just forgotten where it is. I haven't flown this thing for ages, and the last time I actually needed to relight it was a while ago. And it's not very belly landing friendly, so we're just gonna put it a little nose up and then punch out before we get too slow and too low. If it'll let me, did I? Oh, fuck my life, dude. What is wrong with me today? There we go. Fuck it. This is why we stick to planes we know how to fly. Do need to relearn the F1. I think it's going to wreck the Phantoms. I think anything that flies and doesn't weigh fucking 20 tons is going to wreck the Phantoms, to be honest with you. The MiGs should fly loops around them. Like, the Phantom can sustain a turn well, in theory, but in practice, it's so heavy and so big that it shouldn't be too hard to outmaneuver. Till when were MiG-21s in active service in the USSR? Until basically the collapse of the USSR. They got relegated to fighter bomber roles in the 70s and 80s. But they were still in service, like, in the late 80s, as fighter bombers. Because MiG-21 BIS production in the USSR ended in 85 from memory, so they were still around. Phantom will be able to outdo the Mirage in the vertical. I mean, a lot of things can outdo the Mirage in the vertical because they actually have thrust, unlike the Mirage. I wonder if we actually hit any ground targets with those rockets. We hit something. We hit something. Don't know what. Well, if there's fighters starting to venture out of their comfort zone, maybe we'll hop back in a MiG. I feel a little more comfortable in those. Even in the 19, which I'm still less comfortable in the 19 than the 21. Still more comfortable than the F1. By a long way.
Copy. Rearming complete.
They're never gonna understand that. I don't know why you still bother. It's a waste of time. Bit of Shield 84 action there. Taking off from fucking crossing runways. Doing the no-no with the sight? What no-no did I do? I switched it to fucking radar mode. Or do you mean powering it on the ground? It's still caged, it's just powered on. But yes, I know, you're not supposed to power it on the ground. You might hurt the gyro's feelings. Womp womp. Yeah. My bad. Doesn't stop me though. Like, there's no modeled limitation on that, so... I already impose extra limitations on myself that the game doesn't model, and that nobody else does, so... There's gotta be a limit somewhere, right?
Remove the wheel chocks.
Copy. Wheel chocks are now removed.
That would be nice, but I'm not holding my breath. That wasn't even a runway old mate took off, that was a fucking taxiway. This is the taxiway, the runway's the other one. Seven for 56. I suspect that might be the work of the triangle. C-130, We've got a repair coming into an airfield. Or coming into a hex. They land at the airfield and repair whatever's in the hex. Tempting target. Real tempting target. 202. Question of opportunity if I can get to that without being intercepted by something else. Or if I can spot it, because it'll be down low. Probably. May have also already landed because it is really low to the ground. Yeah, that was probably the Vigan that hit that depot, whatever it was, because looks like he's on his home run. Hey Chaos, cheers for the raid. Welcome everybody. We're blundering through some DCS. I haven't played for a fair while. So we're clumsily trying to relearn the game. Flying the MiG-19 at the moment on ECW. Hope you had a good stream. Hope everyone's having a great day. Yeah, I barely touched DCS for quite a while, so I'm very, very, very rusty. Just 02 for 176. 700 meters out. So he's super down in the weeds. Begins turning around. Ooh. We're conning. Vigan's probably going to come for us, so we might not get a chance at that C-130. That's okay. I'll take a chance at a Vigan instead. Although the Skyhawk's a fair ways out, he might not have time to interfere. Interesting, dropped off picture. Might be in the weeds. Okay, we'll turn back for the C-130 then. If the Vigan doesn't pop back up, we'll assume he got popped or he disconnected or something. Hey Veritech, good to see you, man. It's a pretty grim looking day outside, to be honest, so not a bad Sunday, just not a perfect one. Hope your Saturday's going alright. Just worried if he's generally south of me, I'm going to be overflying a lot of their airfields to get to him. It's pretty risky. It's worth a try, but it's pretty risky. Yeah, we're just coming over Damascus now. So we are actually just about over one of their airfields. Another one over there. Should be high enough that we're outside the range of Roland's, but not by much. And we're not going to get a radar warning unless they're shot from behind us, so could be a little sketch. Oh, hello. Hello. Oh. Oh, fuck. So, that might have been a Hawk site. Oh, okay, yep. Those aren't Roland's. Those weren't Roland's. Those were Hawks. Good to know. I should have probably known that was coming because, yeah, we kind of overflew Damascus. That C-130 was probably down here. Probably wasn't worth going for him. I don't know. Kind of stuck for ideas, to be honest. The Su-25's not really worth flying in this version, like in this scenario, but I kind of feel like if I'm going to fly anything today, it may as well be the Su-25. What server? ECW, Ligmas. I wonder. Have a look at Wolfpack again. I did tell you guys this is probably going to be a short stream. It looks like it's going to be a real short one. team balance is a bit iffy. We might try one or two sorties on here, and then if I'm still not quite feeling it, we might call it, because I'm starting to get a headache back again. Yes, I want to change servers. Does that background come with a Korean airliner? No, not quite. I was just saying earlier in the stream, I've got a die-cast model of a Su-15 sitting on my desk at work. I was almost tempted to get a Model 747 to sit with it. Almost. But I thought I might get in trouble for that one if anyone figured out what the joke was. I should probably fly something German to balance the teams, but I don't feel like dealing with fucking Arnanerb technology that doesn't fucking do what I want it to. Fuck it. Old Faithful. I can just about tolerate flying the German planes on a good day. Just about, but like they're just frustrating. I don't really like them that much. If the Germans knew how to design good planes, maybe they wouldn't have lost the war.
Arm engine out.
They would have anyway.
Request rearming.
Copy.
I kind of like the 190, except it can't fucking turn. And then the 109 can turn, kind of, but everything else about it is just fucking god-awful. Like, genuinely, it's... I can make it work if I'm having a good day and I'm kind of, you know, I haven't been on a long break from DCS, let alone Warbirds. But, typically speaking, flying, especially the 109, is a fucking chore. Absolute fucking chore. Well, I mean, both of them, the engine management's pretty easy, because you don't really have to... You know, like, there isn't really much engine management going on, especially compared to Allied stuff, but they're just crap to fly. Like, they don't feel good. They don't handle nicely. The 190 feels like a fucking sled, and the 109 feels like it wants to flip over and kill itself at every opportunity. And they both got dog shit cockpit visibility, although the 109's easily the worst of the two. Gotta remember to adjust the trim, because hot start trim on the spit is suicidal, because for some reason ED thought they would set it up with the landing trim instead of takeoff trim. Please don't ram me, person who is behind me. What's our rudder trim doing? That should do it. Chuck the fuel pressure on now, not that, that. Then IFF self-destruct power and IFF power, even though they aren't functional in DCS. Then adjust my chair, because it keeps fucking sinking. Germans should have thrown a bubble canopy on that 109. Didn't realize. Oh, dude, I don't think the Germans were capable of producing a bubble canopy for the 109. And also, Willy Messerschmitt himself apparently was the reason it had the canopy style it did. He insisted on a sideways hinged, heavily framed canopy so that if it rolled over on its back, it wouldn't kill the pilot. I don't know how successful that was, and if it rolled over on its back, it would have made it literally impossible for the pilot to get out of the fucking thing, but you know. If you want sound logic, don't ask a German. Yeah, exactly, right, Chaos? Playing FIFA 98? Well, I mean, if we were, the Germans would lose at that too, right? Hey Saber, good to see you, man. You wash your mouth out with soap, though. Corsair's nice, but it's not that nice. What really stuns me is just how uncommon it was for them to put rear view mirrors on it. Like, it did happen occasionally. I've seen maybe like one photo of it. I didn't think it happened at all until relatively recently, but it was extremely uncommon, whereas Spitfires started coming from the factory with mirrors very, very quickly. Oh, we got a friend. Hey, buddy. No, even worse, it's my chat. So I get to do whatever I like. You want a break? Oh, okay, yeah. Well, hopefully the rest of your day is pretty cruisy. knowing my luck. Oh, there's still a few. I was going to say knowing my luck, now I'm on all the fucking Axis players would have disconnected. It's usually what happens, whether the teams are balanced or not. That or they become hideously stacked and all decide to chase me for some reason. Also, I don't know why, but the Hot Start Spitfire seems to spawn with the supercharger switch in the manual position, which is very bizarre. I found that out when I was playing on here just briefly the other day off stream. I was wondering why my engine hadn't kicked over, or why the supercharger hadn't kicked over to its high altitude second stage. And then I looked down and noticed the switch was ass backwards. Oh, hello. Maybe shouldn't fly straight and level.
Tap 1, split 101 at 1109. Roger, got your right. I'm on your right. Yeah, we've got St. Croix now.
Yeah. I don't listen to them as much as I used to, but yeah, I like them.
There we go, 2 Mustangs departing Asville, flipping rolls with rockets. He's out, good kill.
Nice. Probably should try and actually go see them at some point. Seems like every time I want to go see a band, either it sells out before I get a chance to buy tickets, or something comes up which means I'm not going to be able to go. Yeah, I mean, they're getting up there in age, right? Fuck, how old is Bruce now? He must be in his fucking 70s or something. DCS PvP team stacking is a real issue if the server isn't full. Yeah, it is in any server in DCS. And, like, a lot of the servers are really time zone locked. Especially depending on team and scenario. So, like, I find that Cold War Red 4, well, Red 4 in general, is not as populated during US prime time as European prime time. Like, Americans just seemingly really don't like flying Red 4 stuff. Whereas everyone else is more balanced on the matter. 65? Close enough, right? It was only about 10 years out. East, near medium altitude, heading west. We're going to be merged with something any moment. Northwest near, and it's going for me. They seem to have changed the way that your pilot handles G-loads now, so I got to be careful of that. It's got me a few times since I started playing off stream, especially in the Spit. 109 looks like. So I'm going to be careful. I can't pull inside my own arsehole here to get on his tail because I will G-lock myself and then not get out of it in time. Get him into a nice vertical loop. Cut in horizontal. Just gotta be careful he doesn't have a friend covering him. Good hit there. Something fell off. He's venting coolant. So he'll lose his engine sooner or later. Quick 6 check. We'll go in and finish him. We'll dial back the revs and power a bit because we don't need to run the engine quite so ragged, especially now that he's going to be losing power soon. A couple more hits. Six still clear. Why would you reverse, bro? A little too much rudder. It's a little close. That should just about finish him. Well, no, just about. That will finish him. We'll get some altitude back. I could go, like, properly finish him off, but it'd be a bit of a waste of ammo. It's a little risky. I think that's a neutral airfield, so I'm not too worried about him landing there. Get our trim in order. Yeah, we'll just let him go. He's probably not going to make it back home. That's KPK right there, that's their main airbase, so we're pretty far along. Prime bouncing territory. So that contact west is him. Southwest we've got one medium range, medium out heading northeast. We might head back that way. It'll bring us back towards friendly territory anyway. I'm not sure if that's at me. Is it somebody else? Are they friendly or not? They are not. Another 109 by the looks. Yep. Red nose. It's a very clever maneuver there, champion. Got a P-51 gunning for him too. he's bailed. Wait, I got my directions asked backwards before. He was southwest, not southeast. Oof.
With that Polish chatter and steer 230.
Cheers for the resub, Steve. Good to see you, man. Yeah, I'm really having a day. I can't even tell which direction's east and west. Jesus Christ. So he just got exploded. I don't know if he got direct hit by flak or what. I think he saw me because he was turning around to commit on me and then the Mustang popped him. Like, he turned around, flew by me like he's trying to do an ID pass. I thought he was going to go for a head-on, but he does an ID pass, overshoots, let me turn around on him, and then the Mustang popped him. Average 1944 Luftwaffe fighter pilot. Cheers to the resub, by the way, Chocolate. Appreciate it. There's Car PK down there, so that's where they're coming from. Northeast, that way, medium, low, heading northwest. Go for him. Southeast near, okay. He'll be trying to engage us. I don't see him yet though. I don't know if he sees me. He'll be over here where the flak is. Car K off the nose. Bro, I am blind. Oh, hello. Oh, fuck. That was me. I pulled too hard. Forgot how fast I was going. Oopsie daisies. Now I die. DCS a bit depressing recently, isn't it? I don't know. I haven't been paying attention because I have better things to worry about than DCS. So I have barely been playing at all, and I haven't been reading the news or anything. Yeah, I'm toast. We do have friendly airfields, which I might be able to bait him into, but I don't think it's going to work out for me. And I'm now missing both wings, so I have no ailerons. That's cool and good. I can just use my rudder as long as I still have them. Why? Work, new apartment, girlfriend, generally things that are more interesting and fun. Well, work is not more fun maybe, but you know, more important than DCS. Okay, yeah, he's still behind me. Please, AAA, bail me out, save me. They're not going to save me. I don't know if there's any 50 cals left. They might be over there. Yeah, it's kind of weird to get used to. I keep feeling like somebody's going to pull the rug out from under me. But as long as things are going well, I'm not going to complain. I think he may have waved off. Now I've got to figure out how to get this thing on the ground.
Any friendlies that's in Croy?
Spitfire missing both wingtips. Down low over the airfield.
I'm in there, things are
Yeah, I'm using the rudder. I know. Gotta get rid of the speed first. I don't want to drop the gear like this because it's with this little lift. That's going to be suicide. We're going to belly it, I think. The safe option would be just climb up and bail, but I reckon we can save this. Famous last words. We're going to trash the engine in the attempt, but not like it matters. This thing's going to be a write-off. Yeah, I got a little too aggressive on the stick pull there. I forgot I was flying a Spitfire, not a fucking MiG-21. Don't you do it. She fucking accelerates well with no wings. Give her that much. I'm not sure if I want to use flaps. Probably not. I have a feeling that only one would drop and then I'd be upside down before I know what to do. Fucking easy peasy. Easy fucking peasy. I probably could have even repaired, but we're just gonna jump. I mean, they'll buff out, right? Just a little bit of spit and polish, it'll be fine. Bit of duct tape. Yeah, I know, right? Fuck, he put some holes in me. So the left wing tip was my doing, but everything else was him. Honestly, at this point, I think he'd be happy I brought the thing back with myself still in one piece. He might not be happy I planted it right in the middle of the runway. I probably should have gone for the grass, but... could have gone way, way worse than it did. Alright, off to the O Club to start spinning them a great yarn about how that came to be. And on that note, I'm going to take a bit of a break. I need a drink and a bit of a snack. We might do one or two more sorties. I'm starting to lose my voice, so do a little bit more flying and then I think I'll call it. So, relatively short one today. it appears I'd been bounced out of the server while I was grabbing a cup of tea. Hopefully that's just server issues and not my internet connection here being unreliable, because that would be annoying. But since there's like a fucking 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 team stack, instead of getting back on Wolfpack, I might just throw together a quick flight on Cola. Have a bit of a look around there. So give me a moment. Alright. Got a quick mission knocked together. Just a free flight. So let's check out some Cola.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
That's like 3 babies.
Hey Anctus, cheers for the resub. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Hello. Caught me towards the end of the stream. We're just going to do a quick free flight around Cola. What the fuck? I need to fix something real quick. Don't know how that happened. But we're going to do a quick poke around Cola because multiplayer has not been agreeing with me today. And also, I am super, super rusty. Ah, okay. I needed to set that manually because I had the waypoint set wrong and it snapped to the parking spot, but it didn't fix the heading. Okay, it should work now. Big brain moment. Just hot starting it because I can't be bothered to cold start the jet. It's not like I really need to for the purposes of this anyway. Has it fucked up my head position again? No, I'm just not used to it. Because it's been a while since I was in the 21. I was thinking of taking the 19 for it, but I want something with a little bit more speed. Vietnam campaign in Arma 3 playing as Viet Cong? Nice. I haven't played Arma for ages. Of course, once I move, so it's viable for me to start playing with 345th again. They haven't really had the ability to run missions for a while because of attendance. And server hosting is really expensive. So we're taking off from Monchegorsk. Since Afrikanda hasn't been added yet. But I can fly down in the general area of Afrikanda. Like, you can see that the air base is meant to be there, it's just not complete yet. This fucking gas cylinder in this chair is driving me insane. Yeah, well, I mean, we used to have, like, sometimes 30-odd people turn up. Haven't for a while now, but we used to get, like, 30-odd people, sometimes more. I think the most we had is close to fucking 50. It's pretty insane. That's the runway there, I think. Yeah. not a very tidy takeoff. But also there's a reasonably strong crosswind going on, because, you know, why not? Oh, no, that's the wrong button. That's what we want. Gear up. That's a question for the admins, not for me. I wouldn't know. Been out of the loop for a while, even before they stopped playing. I haven't played Arma since like fucking last October or some shit, like just before I started work. So the terrain's fairly featureless down low, but I don't know why anyone would be surprised by that, because it's a pretty featureless area in terms of, like, ground clutter, right? But around the high detail areas like this, it's not too bad. The higher you go, the better it looks, which is fairly typical for DCS. And the thing is, you're never going to get terrain that looks anything like as good as Misfires in this game. Like, it's just not going to happen unless they redo their entire terrain system and the tools that devs use to make it. It's not going to happen. I don't know why people think that it is, or they expect terrain that's going to be significantly better than this, because it's just genuinely not possible in DCS. If it was, it would have happened by now. So I think a lot of the hoo-ha about Cola in DCS discourse has been very unrealistic, and has been entitled gamers who have been way too hard into the hopium finally getting reality checked, and they don't like it when they get reality checked. But, you know, the built-up areas don't look bad. They look about on par with any other DCS map. The normal mapping on the terrain, especially from medium to high altitudes, is quite nice. Lower down, obviously, it gets really pixelated. You have some, like, pixelation going on in the terrain textures themselves, like there, but that's just, you know, artifacts of the satellite imagery they haven't had a chance to clean up yet, or just decided that they kind of, you know, had more important things to worry about. It's definitely not perfect, and there's definitely more work to be done, but I don't see why people are freaking out. Like, yeah, it's early access. You should have expected it to be unfinished. Now, whether it was rushed out the door because of some drama with ED, I don't know, and I don't particularly care at this point. Like, I just don't give a shit anymore. But, like, it is what it is. It's a functional terrain. Like, I don't know what all the complaining's for. The other thing is as well, like, obviously once you get out of the high detail area, it looks pretty rough, but so does any map. This is Kola, the Kola Peninsula. So that was Monchegorsk we took off from. We're heading in the general direction of... Once I get my bearings, we're going like southeast, so we're heading towards Afrikanda and the city of Kandalaksha and the Kola nuclear power station, which I think is down there. That's it right there. That's the Kola AES right there. Kandalaksha is just at the end of that little, like, connecting channel between the two lakes. Afrikanda should be about there. In fact, that's Afrikanda there. I think that would be where the runway is if they'd finished the airbase yet. A lot of mines and quarries and things up in this map, which is what you would expect for the Kola Peninsula. It's very resource rich. Part of its immense strategic value, both in World War II and in the Cold War, and also modern times. So we got a city down there, and there's what should be another airbase right there. That's the runway. And if we dip down to low altitude, we'll do a low pass through the city, see how it looks. Come off the power a bit too, so we're not chewing through fuel quite so fast. I don't think it looks bad. I don't think it looks, like, in the high detail area like this, I don't think it looks worse than any other DCS map. I've heard people go, oh, but Syria, or, oh, but, you know, Sinai, yeah, and they look about the same, like, in terms of detail. Or, you know, all the complaining people do about Caucasus. Yeah, Caucasus in places certainly looks rough. The mountains look a bit rough, because the, you know, the normal maps aren't, I don't even remember if it has any for the terrain or if there is high detail, but, like, generally speaking, the rest of it doesn't look too bad, and people just expect too much from DCS terrain. But that's gamers for you. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? That's how that part of the world is. This is, like, the Kola Peninsula, by and large, is also very, very flat. You've got some nice rolling sort of hills and low mountains, but... And then, you know, once you get further up into the Norwegian area, it's all deep fjords and stuff. Some quite big mountains, but... Like, this part of it... The south and the east of it are very, very flat and largely just lakes and forests and open tundra. Or taiga, whichever. I forget which is which. So that's what will be an airbase there. Yeah, well, you know. Syria's largely fucking flat and empty terrain as well, so... Oh, actually, no. That's the airbase there, I think, and then Afrikanda's a little further that way. Because there's two that are kind of close to each other, Afrikanda and the other one whose name I can't remember. They're both relatively small air bases. Afrikanda was an interceptor base, I forget about the other one. Probably also interceptors, to be honest. It's mostly what things were up here. They were either PVO bases or they were bombers. So yeah, you can see that there's the outline of the airfield there, it's just not completed yet. A lot of them do ask for Vietnam. The other thing is, though, you know, all the complaining about Afghanistan to Afghanistan. I mean, yeah, it is kind of funny that they're doing, like, half of the country instead of the whole thing in the first go, but it's not that surprising. The other thing I see is a lot of, like, oh, it's the part that's irrelevant, nothing happened there. It's a part that a lot of the MiG-23s were stationed in during the Soviet-Afghan war. Like, I don't know about the Western fucking suicide project in Afghanistan. I don't really care, to be honest with you. But for Soviet-Afghan stuff, there were a lot of 23s stationed in that part of the country. So it's like, yeah, you might not have some of the iconic actions that were fought on the eastern half, but you got plenty to do there. There were plenty of engagements between the Soviets and the fucking Iranians over the border. It wasn't all just, you know, with Pakistan in the east. A lot of people were complaining when this was announced. They're like, "Oh, why do the Kola Peninsula? There's nothing there. Do the Baltic instead." Like, I mean, a Baltic map would be nice. I would love to have one. But out of the two, this is really strategically important. Arguably more so than the Baltic. In a Cold War scenario, at least. It's like, yeah, it doesn't have St. Petersburg, well, at the time, Leningrad in it. But you know what? You know what's a lot more strategically important than a fucking major city? All the mines up here? The fucking Belomor Canal? The, like, access to the White Sea around the top of the fucking peninsula? Like, the Northern Fleet's home bases? Like, there's so much shit up here. Versus just a big city. Wow. Amazing. How interesting. Not to say that there weren't any strategic objects of interest around Leningrad. There were plenty, including a large nuclear power station, and the Baltic Fleet's home bases, and a bunch of other stuff, tons of factories. But, you know, you get the point. Like, it was a bit of a false dichotomy that people were building. What am I using for head tracking? A Track IR5, which I've had for probably 12 or 13 years now. Yeah, that's Afrikanda Air Base there. Or it will be, once they get a little more progress on the map. Yeah, Track IR5's been out for probably 15 odd years. Track IR4, I think, was about 20 years old, maybe even older. It's old technology. I've had to replace the clips a few times because they're really fragile and easily broken, but the camera system has been absolutely brilliant. That and the software are really good, but the clips are poorly designed. They could be a lot more robust. Okay. So, down there is the Kola AES Atena Elektrostancia. So that's I think a VVER, I forget what size, but it's a VVER, a boiling water, pressurized boiling water plant. Not an RBMK. Have a roadmap? Probably on the forums if there is one. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't keep up with DCS news or development or anything like that these days. I just don't have the time. I kind of, like, don't care. I only realized that this was so close to release, like, maybe 2 or 3 days ago, just before it came out. Steam spin turbine, the complicated version. Yeah. Reactors will probably be in there, and then that'll be the turbine hall, and then maybe another turbine hall. I assume that's how that's set up. It's probably one of the older VVER plants, like what the East Germans had. I forget what, VVER 1000 maybe or something. But the older VVERs don't have containment vessels like most Western plants do, or more modern ones do. So externally they look kind of similar to RBMK plants, even though they're very different in terms of how they work. That's Kandalaksha down there. We'll head over that in a moment. See, in areas like this, it looks quite good, in my opinion. Probably the biggest beef I have with the DCS terrain system, other than, you know, the terrain tends to be quite low poly, and so mountains don't, they either look too jaggy or they don't look jaggy enough. Like the Caucasus Mountains are way too smooth, and then some mountains in South Atlantic look really jaggy. Some on here do as well. The biggest beef, aside from that, that I have with the terrain system, though, is the way shorelines are done. Yeah, it gives you a very smooth curve like that, but you can't really easily do a gradual, like, gentle slope into the water, and it makes things like river deltas or, you know, the meandering sections of rivers basically impossible to do properly. So you don't get really natural-looking bodies of water in DCS at all, like, ever. That's probably like the most jarring issue with terrain I have in general in DCS. It affects every single terrain in DCS. I don't think there's a way around it until they redo how terrain's done in the game. Apparently more civ and military air bases, more cities, winter textures. Yeah. I think they might slightly expand some of the detail area as well. So that's Kandalaksha down there. Nice big rail yard. A couple of nice big rail yards, actually. Yeah, lake spotting isn't exactly the focus of the game, but it is nice to have the water look a little more naturalistic. Not even just from low altitude, but even from high altitude. Having it, you know, a little more, like a little less binary, question mark, to describe coastlines and water. But you see, they can kind of get a shallows look there, like, they kind of made it look like there's shoals there by putting textures. But it's still, like, there's a very clear delineation between ground and water. Anyway, there's not a whole lot down that way yet. There's a couple of towns. There's Kem, which should have an airbase at some point or other, but we won't head that way because it's a long way to fly for not a lot of payoff. Yeah, I agree, Anctus. It's not a deal breaker, it's just it would be nice. Really nice. And hey, Paradox and BL66, good to see you. Hope you guys are having a good day. It's a MiG-21. We're just flying around the Kohler map and taking a look at it. I'd like to make it known I'm the most furious I've ever been about DCS. Oh? What's brought this on? I know there's been a lot of drama in my absence, which I haven't really kept up with, but... See, from this kind of altitude, what are we? About 3 kilometers, not even? It looks reasonably good. Like, the terrain looks nice, the normal maps are doing their job by putting some extra detail in. It's just, as you get really low to the ground in some areas, it looks a bit... yeah. And once you get outside the high detail area, it tends to look a bit off as well. This looks like flying over Finland. I mean, Finland's that way about 200 kilometers, maybe not even. So we are pretty close. If we were flying in something with slightly longer legs, we could even land in northern Finland. When I did a similar flight to this in Misfits, we did land in Finland. But, you know, a little 21 here, I don't think we're going to have the legs. We'll have to set down in Murmansk or Severomorsk, somewhere around there. The half confirmation that Razbam has finished making new modules due to the ongoing drama. Spanish language post in some Discord somewhere widely screenshotted. It's really the root of it. Yeah, I've had a few people ask me if I have any hot goss on the Razbam situation, and like, aside from the fact, even if I did, I couldn't say it without breaking an NDA, I don't actually have any. Between being out of the loop for a while and also just, you know, I didn't need to know that kind of stuff, so I didn't find out about it. Like, all the different chats for different projects were kind of compartmentalized, so I didn't hear about things I didn't need to. With 3 490s, yeah, well, I didn't load 3 490s, did I? So if we did actually head towards the Finnish border, there's quite a large phosphate mining operation. In fact, that's it right there. We can even see it from here, it's so big. It's just a series of massive open-cut mines and phosphate processing plants right there. Over at Kovdor. Right there. So if we switch to the satellite view, you can see much more easily. So down there is Kim. There should be an airbase down there at some point. And we're going to head up just on the west side here towards Monchegorsk, which is where we took off from, Alenogorsk, and we'll head up to Murmansk. Over here on the Rybachi Peninsula, right about this area, in real life, at the end of this road, in fact, there's an S-75 site, and then there's right around here is a Dvina, that's a S-75, Lina radar. The big fucking P-70 early warning radar. There's one that was built there. It's just the blockhouse today, the antenna's gone. And then I think there was a fucking S-200 site as well. There's a bunch of shit up here in real life. Most of it's been disused for years, but sadly not implemented in the map, but maybe one day. Maybe one day. Show the entire map? Sure. That's the entire map. The high detail area covers roughly kind of this area, I think. And then there's high detail around Laxelv, and there's high detail around Bodo, but that's it. I think a lot of the, like, other towns in this sort of area aren't modelled yet. They might be later, but they aren't yet. Yeah, you can see they've got the roads done, but they haven't got the actual buildings done. Realistic SAMs would be extremely fun. I would love to have realistic SAMs. Especially if the Blue 4 players find them unfun, that just makes it even more fun for me. If it's unfun for Blue 4, then maybe they should, like, get good and stop having skill issues. We're gonna veer east a little so we can overfly those two air bases, Monchegorsk and Olenogorsk. Yeah, it's also very relevant since that's where the US Navy would be hiding out. Waiting for the bombers to arrive. Okay, here's Monchegorsk. Just coming up on our right, so this is where we took off from. It's coming back the other way now. The actual airfield will be under the nose. Right there, that's the runway. See, like Syria, the runways aren't perfectly level. They do actually curve with the terrain. And then as we come towards Alenogorsk, we've got some big-ass fucking mines. There are a lot of these on the map, both on the Russian side and on the Norwegian and Finnish sides. Probably some in the Swedish area too. Actually, there would be, because I think there's a bunch of mines up by Kiruna. I think Grim was working the mines up north for a while. Might still be. So that's Alenogorsk down there. And the airbase over there. The other thing is too, if you look through my old VODs on YouTube, at some point, I don't know, it must be like fucking nearly a year ago now maybe, or 6 months or 9 months or something, I flew around this area in Mizfiz, in a Hawker Hunter. So if you want to see how it compares to Mizfiz terrain, which is part of why I did fly around the area in Mizfiz on stream, if you can find that VOD, don't ask me when it was or what it was called, because I don't fucking remember. You'll be able to have a look and see. It's right there, moored subs at Polyarny. There are subs all over, yeah. We'll go see them if we got fuel for it. We might need to top up at Severomorsk. They've got the floating docks with Oscars in them, and then there's Deltas. Don't ask me which Delta, because I don't remember how to tell them apart. I think Delta 4s probably. And then what appeared to be maybe a Coolers. as in Akula by Western reporting name, Shuka by Russian. Okay, we're heading towards Murmansk now. It's the southern end of it off the nose. What we're going to do is we're going to swing south a bit, because we don't want to miss the dam down this way. Actually, Soviet airfields be used for what? So Afrikanda was interceptors. Monchegorsk, I think, was a mix. Leonogorsk might have been bombers. A lot of these ones up here were bombers, but I know Afrikanda was interceptors, so that's where the Su-15 flew from that took out the 707. Force landed in Finland. It was a mix, basically, of PVO interceptors and 216s and 222Ms. Probably a couple of 295s and 142s as well. There's the airport. That's the actual Murmansk International Airport. The air bases are a little further up that way. Severomorsk 1 and 3. I kind of want to say there were two 128s flying out of Monchegorsk at some point, but I don't remember off the top of my head. Cotty might know. So here at Verkhny Tulomsky we have a dam, small dam, that impounds all this water, and then there's a pair of dams up here at Murmashi. They're all hydroelectric. Well, actually the Murmashi one's a hydroelectric. I think this one might just be a dam. This one still needs some work. The water height's a little wonky. The other one's the water height's right, but this one the water's level with the reservoir until it's about 100 meters downstream. There's a bridge. That's where it changes height. It looks a bit odd. I assume they just haven't got around to fixing it yet. So there's the Verkhny Tulomsky Dam. You can see what I mean about the water level. I think that's meant to be a... Like, that's meant to be the slipway for it. Spillway, sorry. Wrong word. Spillway. But it doesn't look like it's fully modelled yet. There's a bunch of little settlements all along the river here. Then that's up there is Tulomsky. So Verkhny Tulomsky just means Upper Tulomsky. Then that's Tulomsky there. Then Murmashi on that island, or like across the area of that island, and then Murmansk itself is there. And then you've got the river continues up. You've got all bases along here. The Northern Fleet HQ is up at Safonovo, I think it is. It's slightly north of Murmansk. And then all your sub bases are out like that away. So there's Tulomsky. Do a flyby of the airport. You probably won't be able to read the writing on the terminal as we blaze down the runway, but it says Geroi Gorod Murmansk, Hero City Murmansk. It's given the Hero City title because of its defense in World War II. So here's your dams at Murmashi. Hydroelectrics on that. And one that we just went right over. And then a half-finished or half-destroyed bridge right there. The map does have a few sets of ruins on it, particularly in the harsher climates and the more sort of further flung settlements of what used to be the Soviet Union. There are quite a lot of decrepit and destroyed buildings. The freeze-thaw cycles in this kind of climate zone really fuck with buildings, and so if they're not carefully maintained, they'll crumble quite fast. And so if you look at them on Google Maps or you look at photos of them or whatever, there's always quite a lot of destroyed buildings laying around. Just they fell out of use and nobody maintained them. So after a dozen or so freeze-thaw cycles, they tend to collapse. Certainly gives the place a bit of a vibe. So then one of the other air bases, I think Severomorsk 1, should be quite close by. How's our fuel looking? And so. We should have enough. Worst comes to us, we'll just touch down at Severomorsk and top it up. We'll head back over the river. Taking one for the team, hey Paradox? There's a lot of ammo dumps and fuel dumps around this area. I don't know if they've implemented most of them yet. They're pretty noticeable in real life looking at Google Maps imagery. Up in the hills, you'll see these roads that appear to lead to nowhere in the map, but what they actually lead to is dugouts full of ammunition for the Northern Fleet. Here's the monument for the defense of Murmansk in World War II. It's pretty detailed, actually. You can read the text on the back side of it. Somewhere roughly under me is the Northern Fleet Aviation Museum in real life. It's not implemented in the map yet. Somewhere along here, I think along the waterfront. Actually, no. I think it's a little further north up by Sapanovo. But yeah, you can see there's a fair bit of shipping down there in the docks. Inadvisable doing some real heavy lifting there. Just see one of the floating docks from here. Yeah, there's a reason I don't really go to the forums. I used to check them occasionally. I haven't looked at them for probably over a year now. Other than like once or twice to go to a specific thread for something. Because I couldn't find it anywhere else. There's your floating dock. It's not the big one that Kuznetsov used to be docked in. This is a smaller one. It's got a Oscar-class cruise missile sub in it. Same as the Kursk, the one that sunk back in 2000. Same class. It's one of the airfields there. That might be Severomorsk 1, I think. So areas like this are where you'd expect to see ammo dumps. Up in those hills where the roads run. Probably some of them are used for like training areas as well. Proving grounds. There's the other airfield there, I think that's Severomorsk 3. It's got a little town associated with it. Now here we are up the coast. There's Polyarny. Snezhnogorsk over there. So the Northern Fleet's surface ships live down around Murmansk and Severomorsk. Their subs live up here. It's another floating dock with another Oscar in it. Then a pair of Deltas right there. Boomers. More subs over this way. And then, over there is where the spicy shit happens. And then we gotta land because we're just about out of fuel. So this is where the Russian Navy, and before it the Soviet Navy, at least the Northern Fleet, dispose of their submarine nuclear reactors. They bring them into the yard here. They cut out the entire section of hull that the reactor's in, the entire compartment, fill it with concrete, and put it in a big fucking fuck off crate. That's how they dispose of them. At least that's how they dispose of them when somebody's looking. The way they used to do it was just fucking drag them out and sink them. Which did not go down well with the international community. So we'll land at probably Severomorsk 3, if the fuel lasts that long, and then I'll hop into the free cam and just whiz over to some other points of interest on the map. See, from medium to high altitude, it looks quite good. It's the issue with DCS terrains. If you go too high, the draw distance makes it look like shit, because the draw distance is so low. If you go too low, it looks iffy, because, you know, there's only so much detail it supports. Medium altitude is where DCS looks really good. But fucking nobody flies at medium altitude in this game, so rip. There's the airfield. Severomorsk 2 would be the safer option to land at, probably, because that's it right there. We can maybe make 3, which is just... where was it? It's off the nose, I think. Yeah, it's right off the nose. Oh, we could probably do either of them. We could probably do 3. We're almost in the pattern for 2, but I reckon we can make 3. Famous last words. Don't have space for another DCS map. Yeah, this one's pretty big because, you know, satellite imagery for ground textures. It's like 149 gig or some shit. I almost choked when I saw how big it was. I mean, I have space now, thankfully, for it, at least on my DCS SSD, but many more of those and I won't. Okay, the third group of tanks light is on solid. That's never a good sign. We should have just enough for one attempt at a landing. No go-rounds. Remembering that I did set a pretty substantial crosswind and a bit of turbulence, so this could be a little spicy for someone who's out of practice landing the MiG-21. We'll keep it fairly in close to the airfield just in case the engine quits. Drop the gear. I'd like to hold it a little later just in case it quits now, but I can't really bleed off the speed enough if I do that, so we'll get it out now. We'll take one stage of flat. I think we'll get away with this, just barely. It's more of a Spitfire approach than a MiG-21 approach. Okay, we'll drop full flat. We'll get ready to put some power on, give her a little more back trim. We actually might not need to put power on. We're going alright for airspeed. If anything, we're a little hot. Actually, we're quite a bit hot, so I'm gonna just dial the power back a touch. Use the wing as an air brake by pulling the nose a little here. Okay, now we need some power. Now we need quite a bit. Fuck, is the crosswind that bad? Shouldn't be. Oh, we're landing with a tailwind. Quartering fucking tailwind. That might do it. It's fine. It's fine. Quite a bumpy runway. Makes it interesting. Good job, you didn't die. I try my best not to, sometimes. But thank you, I appreciate it. Let's just cut that. Bring her off the runway. There's a bush on the taxiway. There's bushes like on the edge of it, but no, it's just that the taxiway cuts in there. It's kind of oddly shaped. One thing I've noticed about the airfields up here is the taxiways and runways are all quite narrow. Like, very narrow. Which is interesting, considering some of them are meant to be bomber bases. They must have a lot of faith in their bomber pilot's ability to taxi without hitting anything. Like, these look more like normal roads than taxiways. One just on the edge of the runway. Yeah. Questionably maintained runways, what can I say? So, these bases up at Severomorsk, I would say, and I think maybe Elenogorsk as well, they don't have hardened aircraft shelters, they've just got revetments like this, which to me would suggest they're bomber bases, not fighter or interceptor bases. Shit-ass parking job, but we'll take it. We're overhanging the taxiway a little, that's alright. Someone can come and nudge us in. But anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the free cam. That's not what I intended to do, hello. I'm going to grab the free cam, there we go. And we're going to pull it out a bit. So there's our airbase we landed at. And see this area looks like it's still got a bit of work to be done. Like the built up area looks a little sparse. And the textures aren't super detailed. This area is a little nicer. Anyway, this whole expanse out here is basically a whole lot of not much. There's not many settlements out that way. So we'll come back towards Murmansk. So there again is where we landed. You can also see that you've got all this dispersal way out here. I think this is the ammo dumps probably. Aircraft dispersal and ammo dumps would be out this way. Way out in the fucking trees. Oh, correction, these are the ammo dumps. And that's your dispersal there. So yeah, this looks like a bomber base to me. Then we head back towards Severomorsk. There's your other airfield. Doesn't even have revetments, really. Just a couple down the end here. The city looks pretty alright, I think. I mean, it looks generally like it should. Looks like a Soviet city. We can go have another look at the memorial while we're over here. Northern Fleet headquarters, I think... I want to say it's like... See if I can find it. I did find what I think was the headquarters the other day. By that I mean like yesterday. Just trying to remember where I saw it. It's not this far north. That might be it, I think. Like, those buildings look very headquarters-ish to me. I'd say that's probably it right there. Sure looks like a Soviet city, not very pretty. You take that back. They're beautiful in their own special way. Densely packed prefab houses. Yeah, but look at the other buildings. Like, I get what those are, but, like, look at these. That doesn't look like residential to me. That looks like a headquarters. And then that'd probably be like your guardhouse or admin building or something. I'm also not sure if they've got all of the custom objects complete for the map, or if they're doing custom objects for things like that. They have some, obviously, but I don't know how many they're doing. There's your... Oh, sorry, I'm wrong. Those aren't Oscars, they're Deltas. They're Deltas. I didn't get low enough to them to see the hump, but yeah, that's a Delta, not an Oscar. Because there's the missile tubes. My bad. Okay, so it's just Deltas and a Coolers, it looks like. Although they look kind of short. They might be like early Sierra boats, which would not make a whole lot of sense for a modern map, but would probably work better for a Soviet-era one. Tubes where the end of the world comes out? Yep. There's your coal loading, I guess. We went past the monument that's up here. There we go. You've got your little eternal flame down the bottom. And then if we come around the back side of it, it'll be illuminated at night too. I don't know if it actually is in the map, but you can see the lamps there. If we come around the back side, Защитникам Советского Zapolyarya, 1941 to 1945. Defenders of the Soviet Arctic, 41 to 45. This is a custom boat. This is the nuclear icebreaker, Lenin. I think it was the first nuclear icebreaker in the world. It's a museum ship now. So the Rosatomflot icebreaker fleet also tends to base out of here. And they generally look similar to this, just the modern ones are a bit bigger, and they're usually orange or red in color. No, Murmansk isn't very big. It's spread out a bit along the river, but it's not that big. This is about the size it is. It's not a huge city. It's a very important city, but it's not that big. And we've got a little bit of an artifact here in the terrain. That must be the seam between two different... Like, that's probably a seam between different bits of satellite imagery, because Misfizz has issues in this area too. I guess they just haven't cleaned it up yet. Then, out this way... I don't remember if this is it, or if it's a little closer to the airport, but somewhere out here, I think it should be about there, is the cemetery. It's like a massive fucking cemetery. Because I remember seeing it in Misfizz, but you can't see it in this yet. I don't know if they're going to implement it or not. Here's your dams at Murmansk. There's one. And the other one's over here. Oh, we've got some angled water. I didn't notice that before. We got some good old-fashioned angled water. A la Misfizz. Here's the other dam. And we've got Tulomsky over here, heading out towards the airport. Here's the international airport, and I'll show you the sign I was talking about. So here we go. Gorod, Goroy, Murmansk. I think I had it backwards before I said it was Goroy, Gorod, but it's Gorod, Goroy, Murmansk. And a big ass antenna for people to fly into the guy cables for. And then you've got strings of settlements all along the river, and then Verkhny Tulomsky with its dam down here, and then a whole lot of nothing until you get back down towards Elenogorsk and Monchegorsk. If we fly all the way up to the top of the, like where the camera can go, which is about 30 kilometers, a little over 100,000 feet, or close to 100,000 feet, there's Elenogorsk and the mines around it, I think. We should be able to see the runway. Sorry, my brain's not operating at full capacity today. Actually, no, I'm a dipshit. Sorry, this is Kovdor. This is the other mine I was talking about, the phosphate mine. Yeah, this is Kovdor. So we're a little too far to the west. But yeah, big ass hole in the ground. Probably doesn't look great when you get up. Yeah, it really... Oof. Sorry, I clicked out of the window. It really doesn't look great when you get up close to it. Have I been clicked out of the window for like more than 10 seconds? What have I done here? Hello, DCS? There we go. See you, but not DCS. Yeah, I accidentally clicked out. Because the problem is that when I'm in this view, my cursor runs off the screen. If I bump the mouse button, it pulls me out. So yeah, the mines don't look great down low, which is kind of not surprising to be honest, but they look good from further up. Let's get a little higher up. So this is your mines at Kovdor, and then if we go back this way, that'll take us towards Olenogorsk and Monchegorsk. So there's the nuclear power plant. You can see that from quite a ways out, actually. I would say it's probably 2 units, one in there and one in there. And then turbine hall. It's built, in terms of the actual layout of the plant, it is built very much like an RBMK plant, but it's not an RBMK, it's a VVER. There might be another in there or another 2 in there, small units or something, not sure. But that's definitely a pair of blocks there. There's Afrikanda. There's the other one whose name I forget. These ridges look quite decent when the sun hits them. The lower you get, the lower resolution the textures get, the worse things look, but that's common to any DCS map. Nevada has the same issues, Syria has the same issues, so I'm not going to criticize this map for it. It's just a DCS thing. There's Monchegorsk. So yeah, you can see it's got plenty of hardened aircraft shelters, so this would have been an interceptor base. The actual town down there. And then just a little bit up this way, more mines, and then Elenogorsk. This one I think might be bombers. Yeah, wide runway, no hardened shelters. This is a bomber base. And then that's your dispersal up there. Anyway, let's continue flying around. So over here, you can also see what I mean about DCS not looking fantastic from high altitude. I mean, it's not awful, but it could be better. This is the Ribachi Peninsula. So there's not really a whole lot up here. There's a few bays down here. So some of these should have small submarine bases and things like reactor disposal. A couple of these bays the Soviets would just fucking dump reactors in. There's a bit of a bad habit of theirs. And there should be some more small settlements which haven't been added yet. Like there, you can see that there's meant to be something. There's a few small ones along the border, like around Pechanga and stuff like that. But anyway, this is the Ribachi Peninsula. And up here, right about here, there'd be 2 or 3 SAM sites. One was a S75, one I think was a 125 maybe. I swear there was a 200 here as well somewhere. And then the Lena, the P-70 early warning radar, was right about here. The blockhouse is still there. You can still see it on Google Maps. In fact, you can probably see where I've tagged it on Google Maps. But yeah, that's what would be up here. I don't know if it's still got anything in use there, but you can still see like the positions where they dug in the SAMs and stuff, because in this kind of climate, that shit stays there forever. It's like the Aleutian Islands. You can still see the dugouts that the Japanese were using when they occupied them during World War II. You flying a Hanabu? Yes, I am. Now we're just in the free camera because the MiG-21 only has so much fuel and I only have so much patience to stream, so we're just using the free cam to whiz around at high speed. Down this way, I think, there's a bunch of smaller settlements. This is about where the border is. But we'll follow the coast because that should lead us to some more interesting stuff. That should be water. Interesting. All of that should be water. Guess I haven't got round to it yet. To fixing the water masks. Oh, hang on. Here we go. We got some built up stuff down here. Not much over this way, but then if you come over here, you start to get little towns. Little farming communities and stuff. And if we go far enough down, there should be a reasonably sized town with a harbour. There's a power line running out that way. Okay, maybe I've got the wrong area. This isn't the one with the town and the harbour, I guess. But yeah, you can see that there's some more built up stuff down here. The thing is, if I go back to the F10 map to figure out exactly where we are, then it's kind of annoying to drop back into the free cam. On the other hand, I only have so much patience. So, there we go. Yeah, we've already looked down there. There's not a lot. So that would have been where we were before, is this little area here. So that's actually, yeah, that's right on the Norwegian-Finnish border. So this is Norway up here. Sorry, yeah. This is Finland here, this is Sweden down here, and this is Russia. So yeah, if we'd followed that a bit further, we would have actually hit a few more towns. Then it'd take us into the finished part of the map. Big ass lake. And then this is a road base. This is an old Cold War road base that they've included. So there's your refueling and rearming areas, and parking down there. And then this is the actual takeoff and landing strip. And there's some more areas up here to turn around the aircraft. We'll just skip down to... Actually, let's have a look at that. Fuck it. So we go here and control F11. It'll drop us in where we are on the map. There you go. There's your road base. It's not the most inconspicuous of things, but... You know, the turnaround areas up here. Some bunkers to keep the weapons and fuel in. If we head this way... we should find some civilization. Or we could just, you know, use the map. That's a proving ground, I think. Like a training area for tank crews and stuff. And then here we go. Very, very big Finnish air base. This is also like a civilian airport, so it's shared function. And they've actually got some unique landmarks here. You've got the bridge over there, you've got the ski jumps over here. That's quite cool. And I just clicked out of the window again because I'm a dipshit. Hang on. There we go. So yeah, this looks pretty nice. Stadium. Church. Someone on their own little private island there, I guess. And then you start to see some more signs of civilization as you head out this way for a little while before it goes back to absolutely nothing. Go down here. This is the Baltic over here. In fact, it's quite a bit of shoreline. Hang on, let me figure out. That's looking north, I think. Okay, that's the edge of the map there. So you can see that there's the outline of the coast, but there's no textures. And then these are just low-res textures. It's like any of the other DCS maps, right? Outside their high detail areas, they have ground textures, but they're really low res, and there's like the terrain's really flat and featureless. Same deal here. And we come back up this way and we start getting actual detail. Back up to the city. And the airport. Looks like there should probably be a port here and some dockyards, but they're not done yet. Some stuff down there? Nope. Just textures, so there'll be more stuff up here, or presumably there'll be more stuff up there. So we're like up this area, I think, now. It's disorientating. Yeah, we're up this area. Okay. And so if we go over here, we have another airbase, and it's an interesting one. City's not done yet. Where's the airbase? I've lost it. I'm blind, apparently. Alright. It's also really hard to see, kind of by design. Ah, there we go. So there's the actual runway. And then it's got dispersal all the way out here. All the fucking way out here. Hangars and everything. That's a hell of a fucking taxiway, goddamn. Fucking commute to work. There's another runway. More dispersal. Another run. Good lord. What the fuck? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 runways? Question mark? That's a lot of fucking runways. God damn. Unhinged. If you're an Cessna, you could probably use that as one too. The spaghetti base. Yeah, I know, right? So that's pretty cool. And then we go up. What was I looking for? Up here. Luxov. Ah, there you go. That looks alright. I mean, yeah, like it's a bit low res at low altitude, but like it doesn't look bad from a distance, which is really all you can ask for with DCS maps. That's quite cool. It looks like a little submy tent, which is probably what it's designed to look like, to be honest. That's pretty cool. You got, you know, the city over here. Parking lot. Must be like a resort or something. Beachfront, if you call that beachfront. The terrain up here is quite nice. Very mountainous. Anyway, so we got that. This area hasn't been filled out yet. You can see the roads, but they haven't put any buildings in.
Hello,
hey
friend.
Josh.
Hope life
It is
good.
good to see you. Cheers for the resub. We're just having a quick squiz at cola before I call it for the evening. I'm very out of practice at DCS, so my attempts at actually flying planes didn't go the greatest, but oh well, bit of fun. So they've started filling out something here. It's clearly not done, but it's interesting they've put some detail in there. This must be a military base or something. Certainly a scenic area, goddamn. Okay. Another little detailed area here. Sorry about the stuttering, by the way. I'm not sure why it's doing that. I think there might be something running in the background that DCS doesn't like. Look, given how difficult it is to get natural looking rivers in DCS, they've done a pretty decent job of it, honestly. Like, pretty reasonable job of it. Could be a lot worse. That's a airbase. Not finished yet, but that's an airbase. There's your dispersal. And your fucking houses and shit right there. Huh. Well, now we know why there's a town there. Then our other finished, or not finished necessarily, but like high detail area is down here. Curious. Nothing's been finished up here, it looks like. Yeah, they haven't finished that area. But we got some stuff down here. So we'll start here and we'll follow the fjord out. Unrealistic, most parking spaces are occupied. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know if they'd have parking shortages here. Oh my god, I don't think it likes me jumping around such huge distances. The map hasn't fully loaded in yet, that's why it's stuttering. The river's not quite done yet, see that? You can see where the course of the river runs, but it's not... Oh, it is actually water, it's just so shallow that it looks kind of janky where it transitions to water. I see. I get it. They've tried to make it look, you know, more natural by doing that, but I don't know if it's necessarily helped them. Where there's forest in F10, there's detail? No. The forests would be auto-populated. And that's also why you can kind of see in some areas the forests appear to have, like, artificial edges, like they've got straight lines or corners. It's because it's auto-populated, and whatever imagery they were populated off of might have, you know, it might be very low-res, end up with pixelation. So the forest doesn't necessarily tell you where there's going to be detail. Where you see the orange sort of urban built-up area markers, that's where there's detail. Oh, yeah, like where you can see the cuts, yeah. There might be like a town or something that's going to go in there. I see what you mean. What a nice place. Like, what a pretty view. Even in DCS it looks nice. In real life it must look fucking stunning. I've never been to Norway. I'll have to go sometime, assuming the world doesn't fucking end between now and then. And assuming I can afford it, assuming I have time. Yeah, we're in Norway. We're just coming up to Bordeaux now. So you can see the difference in terrain between here and the Kola Peninsula. It's much more mountainous. Where Kola's generally flat. And even the mountains there are quite low and rolling. Lots of lakes, but not a lot of elevation, whereas this is a lot of lakes and a lot of elevation. And then glaciers as well as you get higher up into the mountains. This is a real big airbase as well. There's a lot there. Got the city here. So they've got some... I mean, a lot of these buildings will be custom made, but there's like some actual like real landmark type ones around as well. Got your stadium over here. Got that one. Then we got houses here, and there's also, I think there's pretty substantial underground infrastructure at this base too. I know some of the Norwegian bases have like real serious bunkers under them. So these are houses, but there's some other structures here, which are bunker entrances, I think. Those are your ammo dumps probably there. These ones. Actually, no, these are houses too. They're just a different shape, sorry. Because, yeah, there's your ventilation thingy where the jet blast goes out the roof. That looks like it goes underground. There's your training area for the fire brigade. It's quite cool. A lot of parking spots. Hell of a lot of parking spots. Ooh. That looks a little spicy. Probably like a ventilation and machinery space for a bunker underneath. You can see the vents there and HVAC. Quite cool. This looks like it'll be an indoor sports arena or something. Or actually, that might be a... What the fuck? Are those slides? Bro. Oh, maybe it's a pool. I bet that's what it is. It's probably a fucking water park or something. Based? But yeah, it's quite neat. Then you got your little marina over here. Here's a glacier. Right there. I think that's about it for high detail areas, yeah, because we're getting towards the southwestern edge of the map there. A pair of beacons there. There might be an airbase that's going to go in there somewhere. They could just be nav beacons, but I'd say there's probably an airbase that's going to be in that area. I don't think we... Yeah, we haven't been up here yet. So here we go. Now we're in Sweden. Oh, what the fuck is going on here? Interesting. Or if it's like mine remediation or something, they're dumping all the spoil back into the fucking hole or something. It just looks weird. So yeah, there's one air base, or airport I should say. There was another one nearby, wasn't there? Smaller one down here. Didn't see it because it's so small. It's a triangle, so it's probably like World War II vintage. Just been modernized. Anyway, that is Kola. So, yeah, it's clearly unfinished. It's got a ways to go. But I think it's off to a good start. I think that a lot of the complaining and bellyaching about it's very ill-informed. People are getting a bit unrealistic in their expectations. But I hope that we start seeing more missions made for this, especially Cold War stuff, in the near future, because I'd like to get away from some of the desert maps for a while. Or at least, if we're going to do desert maps, I'd like to have some missions on Sinai, because I'm kind of over Syria. Not that Syria's a bad map, I'm just kind of over it, because it's the only one anyone fucking plays. Alright, I'm going to catch up on chat for a bit. I think it's got potential, it's really big, not too hard to navigate. Got a clear red versus blue divide. Yeah, that's the main thing, is if you want to make, you know, East versus West, NATO versus Russia, or NATO versus USSR sort of confrontations, finally we have a map that has a fucking NATO versus USSR border. Well, these days it does. Previously it was, you know, partly. Before Finland and Sweden joined, but you finally got a border that actually fucking makes sense, as opposed to having NATO own half of the Soviet Caucasus for some fucking bizarre reason, or having the Soviets fighting in the Middle East for some reason. Like, we finally got a map that plays really well into that sort of setting. And there's a lot of space to put things, and a lot of space to do, you know, to spread things out and do things. Like, there's a lot of potential for sure. Whole DCS bulletproof tree thing is a bit of a problem, but honestly, this isn't a place where a lot of ground attack would happen. Yeah, and like where the ground attack would happen, it's probably going to be out in the open, not where the trees are. Or the trees are going to be the least of your problems. I think it should be alright. Detailed areas are not concentrated but spread out around some spots. So there's like a main high detail area, and then there's some smaller detail areas around points of significance. I don't know if they're planning on making more high detail areas around, you know, where there should be other towns spread along the coast, like along the fjords. I assume that they probably will at some point. It's just they haven't done them yet because they're not as high priority, especially if they haven't got an air base near them. So the two Norwegian high detail areas they have done have air bases next to them, or in them. So that's why. And then you can see with the Russian stuff as well, it's mostly near air bases, or where an air base is going to go. next. Persian Gulf's still my favorite desert map. Yeah, I'm kind of a bit. I don't know. I like all of them, but most times people run Persian Gulf. It feels like they're just, you know, a lot of the time it's the same areas getting used. Alpin's missions used to use the Northwest, which almost nobody else does. But any other server you go on, it's always the same thing. It's the fucking UAE and maybe like Bandar Abbas. It's just they're so fixated on the Straits of Hormuz they don't want to do anything else. Alright, so I think I'm going to call it for the evening, because I kind of feel like getting some dinner. And I should probably go check that the clothes I put in the dryer are not on fire. That might be an idea. But thank you all for hanging out with me today. It's been good to chat with you guys again. Don't know when the next stream will be. I have no clue when I'm going to have the time or energy to do these things anymore. It just happens when it happens, and doesn't when it doesn't. There might be opportunities for a few this month, but I don't know. Don't hold me to it. I would like to do another GHPC stream because there should be a patch dropping pretty soon. We can do some T80 missions and some missions with some new toys we're getting. I need to figure out why Mizfizz wasn't playing nice with OBS, because I do want to do some more Mizfizz stuff, even though I haven't fully defuculated my install yet. We'll see how we go, and whether my PC continues to behave itself or not. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to see who's streaming, and we might drop a raid on them. Actually, it's probably easier to do through my phone, because I forgot I logged out, or I got logged out on my Steam browser, and if I open my actual browser, it'll open so many tabs it'll crash my PC. So we'll have a look on here and see who's on. Not many. Oh, there we go. There's some people. There's Robbo, and Tristan's on as well. Stearman Driver, Pale Ale. Might send you guys to Robbo. He's playing Grey Zone, which I'm pretty strongly considering picking up in a week or 3. But yeah, you guys will be able to see that. It's like Tarkov with all the annoying and shitty bits pulled out of it. So I reckon that's where I'll send you. Give me just a moment to set up the raid, which is probably going to be super scuffed. There we go. Okay, we're going to have to wait for the timer to tick down because the Twitch app is scuffed as fuck. But in about 80 seconds time, you'll be on your way to see Robbo. Yeah, like I said, Grey Zone Warfare is pretty much what he's been doing since it came out. He's very keen on it, as you might imagine. I think he may have said once or twice it's his favourite game ever. I could be mistaken, though. But it does look pretty cool. I'm thinking about picking it up. But yeah. Enjoy, Robbo. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, guys. Have a safe one. And I will see you back here at some indeterminate point in the hopefully not too distant future for some more DCS, maybe some Mizfizz, hopefully, and some Gunner Heat PC, and maybe a few other things that I feel like throwing in. Kind of feel like doing another SnowRunner stream. I've been playing that a bit over the last few days. Could be an option. Catch you later, guys. Should be kicking you over to Robbo any moment now. like I said, I've just got to wait for the timer to run down because I've got no way of sending the raid out now. I've got to wait for it. But yeah. Have a good rest of your weekend and enjoy Robbo.